Hey everybody, this is CryptoCurrencyShops here, coming to you live on Friday, December 4th, 2020. So today I'll open it up with day 3 as the market's about 8 minutes away, and I'll just enjoy what comes in this cannabis sector. Day 3 on this movement to end this prohibition on cannabis and marijuana. They finally passed the committee ruling yesterday on a majority nays at about 9:19 p.m. You can find it on the house.gov. They will now do a vote on the House floor this morning. I believe it's somewhere around 10:30. I have it on. I may put it up live. Just depends what they're doing. It's sometimes it's a little confusing for me to understand their verbiage, but it looks like it's going up. Some of the cannabis stocks, some are moving, some aren't. I mean, this pre-market, so hard to tell what they're doing. We'll see what happens here in a few minutes. I got my Can Trust on the board to see if I eat shit or I can actually make a few pennies on that one after I already chased that SOB that kept me away from getting anything yesterday, and my bad from the day before that failed to just get it while it was cheap. Let's see here. So we have that SEC regulation. To me, that they just keep pushing that crap out. What's up, Life? Was it you that just Frankie Jones said regulations in 6 to 8 weeks. Brian Brooks confirmed. It's just like everything we're going through now. Just push out, push out, push out. Everything gets pushed out. The cannabis. I'm expecting a pass vote today at the House. I mean, for Pete's sakes, it's the House. You even have a couple Republicans that are high on it, like the one that spoke yesterday at the debate with his marijuana mask. He said he's been waiting 30, 40 years or whatever for this. Excuse me. Good for him. Hopefully we can move forward with it. Again, I'm going to state that I've been researching more of these charts on the cannabis sector in the crypto market from back in 2017 and 18, and they are following the same patterns. They're matching up with each other from when they came in to the sector, when they came into like existence, whether it was before or after the run. And you're seeing the newer ones that are more current and more new getting a lot of recognition, moving the exact same patterns as crypto, cannabis, whether they're penny stocks or not, penny stocks in the cannabis field or regular stocks that you can trade with good or better regulation. So yesterday I'd never called TD Ameritrade or E-Trade, and I need to take some snapshots of that and verify that some were actually sold at 34 cents when I had something out at 35, because I am well aware that they can pick and choose what exchange or wherever the hell they buy them from. But I am not aware that if somebody has an order for 35 that they can actually skip one off of 35 and buy upright right at 34. So let's see. Here's my favorite. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. Aurora, I'm looking for a shot up finally. I'll get this back to XRP. Still waiting. I have no idea if I'm doing the fib retracements correctly. So I keep running more and more of them. I've run about 3-4 of them on different time frames, on different like placements and different hourlies. But in all, I'm still getting around the same place in the big picture. When you break it down to the cents, I mean, I got one from 47 to 50 area. I have another one from 42 to 45 area. And then I have another one that's at like 37 to 42 area. Again, tough to really tell. And the bigger picture, it's nothing when you're micromanaging these hourly charts like a lot of us are doing to try to suck up more. It's getting pretty tough to tell exactly where. I should hear this. I love hearing this bell when this thing kicks off. Minute 40 till the opening. I need to. I still haven't gotten that big red candle. And this is the kind of one I'm looking at again. Maybe these two red candles here. And we should see that volume spike. And again, how fast it's going to be is anybody's guess. I'm thinking if we look if we look back here, like when we were looking at this the last few days, that was consolidating tight and coiling tight. This one's even worse. So I'm expecting a fast move, probably even faster than before and greater. So that's what makes me feel we can still get that. Adams still in Sando pumping FOMO on Webull for a hopeful second run. Webull, I don't know that one. It's Sundial Growers. Yeah, I don't know where that one's at right yet. I think I seen a little dip this morning, but you little prick, it moved on me. All right, retraced already. Yeah, I mean, no, I'm sitting tight. It's kind of a little waiting game, a little bit of patience. I'm waiting for this little son of a gun to open. But the coiling on XRP, I thought we were going to see it right there. I guess we didn't get to hear the bell. Ding, ding. Market's open. Dow's up 100, about 100. If you guys have been following me on this cannabis sector, there are still a lot of good plays, and some of the other ones are starting to make movements. I haven't got I switched XRP to Bitcoin. Uh-oh. Hey, man, if you're making the right plays, that's awesome. I mean, I'm just scared to make any plays with any of my crypto right now. All right, we got a good Aurora movement. Man, I hope CanTrust pumps. Let's get these pumpers, man. It's time to make some money. Crypto can make their dip, and I can shift some stuff over. That's the whole plan here. It's good. We got a good uptick here. This is what I've been waiting for. I think they're waiting for this vote this morning. I think it's supposed to come early. I really need CanTrust to take off, so I don't have to put that Grinch hat back on and can't breathe. Collective growth. Is that one of the cannabis ones, Martin? Yeah. CG. I think it is. Growth. Collective growth. Man, I'm all off. I need more coffee. CGRO. I got to look back at my notes, man. I used to be a part of, or not a part, but I used to make notes on everything. Yeah, they're moving, huh? I got a little, what was that, 17% up? What is, man, I need to move that back out somewhere. Here's the other one I didn't get in, but I mentioned the other day, last week, was UMC, and it finally making its move. Look at this open. I mean, I wish I got in here. This is where I was trying to get in, but it was too tough for me. Again, those are the ones that make up the decision and just make a move. But I mean, I don't mind catching it on the run. I just hate catching it when it might be at the top of the run or the next run. That's a tough one. I got stuff all over the place. So my buddy has big setup. Like he goes crazy. The TVs were football freaks. And he's got like 6 TVs set up. So I'm utilizing the TVs right now. I got every station on something that's going on today. Um, OAN, they kind of go on what's like real news, I guess. They're not afraid to post anything. And let's see, Fox News, because they talk about one side, CNN, it talks about the other. So I like to look at both of them. I got the U.S. House on C-SPAN Live on one, and then my Fox Business because the stock market. Anybody end up jumping in on CanTrust at all? Jumping in on that cheapie? There's some good movement so far on these holds for myself. So I'm really hoping they make like a good push. I don't want just a little tiny one. I don't really want to come back again. I want these guys to make a good run. A buck or two would be nice on some of them. Oh, what's their ticker? CGRO. Right, right there. Collective Growth Corp. CGRO, Adam. Oh, CanTrust is CNTTQ. It's up there to the left. I mean, I guess the good thing is just by looking at the charts, I was able to at least pick when the momentum came. I was able to pick perfect at 35, if that's worth anything. At least I feel confident that I still make those right calls, even though I already would have doubled it. But I'm ready for this thing to bust out. I'm ready for XRP to make its little dip finally to at least 54. Because it's weird because one of my other charts when I was looking at, I kept pulling I was pulling like 54, like right about here. I mean, I guess those 2 lines is where I'm looking to get back in. And if it goes further down, man, then so be it. Hey, like I was saying to some of you guys last night, it goes down, then gosh darn it, it's time to suck up more. I mean, it is what it is. I thought we were gonna have some. We started to hit that 5%, 6%, 7% on some of them. I forget who else. Me and somebody else on the other chat were most of the ones dipping, and it seemed like we might have that pretty good dip down again. Anybody's guess on what's going on? All right, I need these contracts to go up because we're almost at 1180 on Aurora. Let's go. Break 220, 230 today. Get those things up there. Maybe 13 would be even nicer. I mean, I'm still assuming like we go back and look at the prices on the cannabis stocks. I don't think it's that hard to get halfway back up to those prices. I mean, look at crypto's doing the same on some of them. The movements. It's some of these can. I think it could just pop. I just hope I'm a part of it. I think I might be able to do some rollover on the contracts too. So we'll see. As long as I'm on the positive, man, I got plenty of moves to make. Oh yeah, 13 be sweet. I'm looking, man. One of these. So when they go, Adam, a few bucks isn't anything, but it makes a world of a difference on these contracts, especially if it happens in a day. That just makes it a lot better. But I got my eyes close on them all. I'm looking at the green charts, all going up. Excuse me, and I'm waiting for some volume on CanTrust. What's up, Rob? Hey, Rob, you were hitting up some charts yesterday in the other chat. What do you got on the fib retrace for XRP? Because I'm still learning. I like seeing what you guys get. I'm curious what MRH is what you guys are going off of. That's what I want to see, not just the numbers. I want to see what you're pulling that from. What all your marks are. You guys should see my list, like my watch list on TD Ameritrade for all these dang cannabis stocks and everything. It's disgusting. Like if it had so much money to put in all of them, just to diverse on all of them, from what I've been picking them and looking at them and going after them, it's disgusting how much you pull already. What do you mean, Martin? What do you used to have all this market laid out with notes? Yeah, on like a notebook and stuff. I'm trying to look at. I can't see that dang thing. I mean, I have to change one to see. I suck for distance anymore. So I gotta look to see what they're talking about on C-SPAN. Yeah, well, that's cool, man. So am I, but I'm still curious what you are getting when you run those things and comparing with what I'm getting. Oh, they're already on talking about it this morning. Good, they're on the main screen now, baby. Yeah, I'm not gonna put it on, but I'm gonna watch it. Um, but yeah, I'm curious what you're pulling those fibs from, like what points, and then what you guys lay it out at, how you guys lay it out and everything. I think here's my problem with this whole cannabis push. They they and listen, man, I'm not trying to get into this kind of talk really because I don't want to bump any heads on it. Not that I care debating about it, but it's these Dems, man, they're pushing too much on the racial side of it. Too much. Like we I understand the data's there and it supports what you're saying. I get it. I'm not gonna tell you it's not. And and the numbers have put more Black Americans in prison using the cannabis, the, the laws with cannabis and marijuana and everywhere. Now, I can also argue some of those because there's different variables you can always play. All right, there's different variables you can always put into it as like now you talk about there's a lot more poor communities with the black communities and than there is the white. Now I know firsthand. I go into court without a lawyer because sometimes you don't want to spend the money or you don't have that money, it's hard as hell to win. So the white class people that have the money are going in there smoking their weed and getting away with it because daddy has some bucks to pay on it. Well, we all know that there's a lack of money in some of these black communities where they are getting arrested, and the masses, they don't have the representation and they don't have the money for it. So yeah, the numbers are going to go up. My thing is, we understand that there's still an issue with that. The thing is it's going to help all races when they pass this, when they decriminalize this crap. So make your point, back off. Now let's go to the pros. You told us the quick cons, we get it, but stop focusing it on such a racial issue. I understand it's going to help. Now let's make it better for all of us. Focus on the other things with this whole, like, I just think it's been such a divide with racial. They push and push and push and nag at it so much. These two sides, that's all they're talking about, it seems like, and I'm over it. Yeah, options is that, man. I just want to get to a point and branch it off, like I was talking about yesterday, like tree branching. The prohibition does need to end. It will help. It will help a lot of Americans. So many jobs will open up. That's that's the other things. That's not just the money they're gonna pull and the tax they're gonna pull and the income these pricks are gonna pull. It's the damn jobs that they're gonna open up. So much more opportunity for everybody out there. These guys are a joke. The numbers, obviously, numbers are gonna go up. It's just like we're talking about with this pandemic crap. The numbers are gonna go up when there's recreational use, just like alcohol, just uh, just just like alcohol. I was gonna say just like tobacco, but it's just stupid. You can throw out the numbers all you want, Chief. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, the numbers make sense. Don't get me wrong. I'm not opposing those numbers. It's gonna happen, man. The numbers are gonna go up regardless. There's a North Carolina guy speaking about an instant danger to his family. Get out of here, man. Shut up. Just shut up. They're just like, see, this is where these people they want to bash me like I'm a so far right person because I support Trump. I'm telling this Republican to shut the fuck up. Like, come on, man. I'm not up nobody's ass. What I'm up is all these retards' ass. Like, come on. You guys make no logic in anything that you present to anybody for anything you're doing. There's like no logic behind it. You use numbers and then you don't use numbers. You go against numbers and then you use numbers. You use numbers for your narrative and then you don't want to use numbers for their narrative. Like, you just whatever, man. How about we just reestablish our entire government with the people themselves and wipe these pieces of shit right out of there? How about that? Your break's at 11:48. Wait, like what? That's when you're selling? Because it's already past there. Or that's your break even. That's your break even. My bad. Looks like we're there right now. Yeah, that's all right. A little dip, man. When you get up to that 12, though, it was. I thought it got close to it already. Oh, I did it again. 1184. Well, it's a tougher push right now too with Trump attacking these big farms, and then they're gonna get hurt a little bit with Jesus, that thing drops so fast. They get hurt. They get hit so hard with marijuana, legalizing marijuana, because they know it helps in certain circumstances. That's why it's medically used in a lot of places. All right, so I guess this is the first retrace already. Yeah. Well, Rob, I have one that brings it to like 30, like I said, 34, 37 to 42 area. That's a pretty big wick candle. I would assume this is going to go back. What is this going to pump on? Who's talking what on this? On this Republican from Arizona? Hmm. These guys have been talking about this for a while. I mean, you got so many states it's already legalized. These guys got to come together. This is ridiculous. Looks like Hemp Inc. is going to make a run. Hemp Inc. settles long-standing lawsuit with Securities and Exchange Commissions. So that's going to help them. Give you an insight of what might happen when XRP. So hemp is a good one, guys. Right now, hemp's going to pump. HEMP. I mean, it's a penny stock, but it's going to pump. There we go. Yeah, it's going to take off probably. Is that? I'm going to say, is that the W again? Big ass W. high of 6 cents, 6.5 cents, 5 years. A lot of weaves, a lot of weaves. I think this will might hit double from here. Maybe like 1.5 cents is what I'm looking at if I'm looking. Adam, the C-SPAN's covering it. If anybody wants to make a play on hemp, what I'm looking at right now, if you can catch it right in this mid six, 0065, 006, because I'm sure it will still pump. I'm looking at maybe because it's already breaking, so maybe 1.5, maybe a little bit less, between 1.2, 1.4. ADA's dropping. Just got an alert for that. Pura finally moving. That's another long-lasting one. Yeah, some of these other penny stocks are finally getting enough action to bring that price up a little bit. And this is Friday, man. Usually Friday sucks, so see you, Adam. Yeah, make a million. Yeah, you gonna make that play on hemp? I would say 6.5. I mean, you can even do a double order if you put it at 6.5 and then go for 5.5. And it's pumping right above that 6.5. It's pumping at 6.6, 6.7. Yeah, man, I don't like this mom and pop shops closing at all. I don't think people quite understand what the heck's going on. They just go to these Twitter pages, people actually asking to shut down your businesses. I'm looking at you people. You're morons. You're idiots. You're dipshits. You want to shut down the working American class, the American working class. You're a freaking idiot. That you want to take money out of our pockets for working our asses off to build something. I'll call any of you out. You're an asshole. That's just plain out put. You're an ass. Come on. He did the Biden. Come on, man. Who's this? The Minnesota? Minnesota governor? Or who's this? Pete Stauber. Mayor. House representative. So this guy says shouldn't be legalizing drugs. He realizes that sugar is a drug, right? He realizes that caffeine is a drug, right? He realizes tobacco is a drug, right? He realizes alcohol is a drug, right? He's a Republican. You see, I'm up nobody's ass. All these people are idiots. They're dipshits. They're POSs. Get your head out of your ass. It's just you have another alternative or narrative or agenda for this, or when you want it, or how you want to do it, or who you want to put in place. Get the hell out of here. Hey, Adam, man, if you made that play, it dropped to 64.65. That would be the first one, and I would say, like, if you split it and go for that 55 mark, that's what I usually try to do, just in case it did dip or comes back and pulls back and grabs your order there. Sometimes those market makers will help you out because they're going for the same crap. Oh, she said the words. Yeah, I agree with that guy. One of the guys on the other threads is expect the unexpected. I think we go up before regulations in January. They don't want you to buy cheaper. I agree. Take the take the mask off and speak, for God's sakes. I can't hear your mumbling shit. I just can't. I'm such an ignorant ass, right? But come on. Like, just pop it off and speak. Put it back on. I can't hear you. It's so muffled. Ooh, identical. Huh? Almost. Maybe. Go talking about that crap again. Drives me nuts. No. I think that can trust might follow what hemp just did. Yo, what's up, MRH? You get a break at work or what? I was asking Rob what he's got on his trading view. Yeah, you might have just posted it as I'm asking. Man, it's lagging. I'll make sure this volume is not up. Man, it's lagging. You can hear the echo. Lock it in. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? Oh, crap, I gotta read it. Excuse me. Okay, there we go. This third. What are you saying, 56? Oh, you're saying, okay, is that, I didn't see the blue. Is that, yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I just seen the blue mark in it. I was looking at everything else. I see that 28 point whatever percent brings that down to like 48 and a half, 49. Yeah. And so that's pretty much where we've been the whole time though with like my initial one is 47 to 50. And I'll probably pull the trigger at 50. That's why I've been set on that mark. Don't want to take the chance not to get it. So I guess we're just still sitting tight, waiting for that mark and waiting for that good green candle. The thing is if you look at that one though, that one's giving you plenty of time to catch that MRH. If you see that, I just don't think we're gonna. I don't know. Hey, again, who knows? I just don't think we're gonna have that kind of time to grab it. But could be wrong. We could see a higher correlation right there from what we're seeing even now, and watch it get to that point and really coil tight, and maybe even make a flag pattern and take off. And the funny thing is MRH, like, I'm gonna move this over real quick, but it's probably gonna block something. But let's see, because I want to put it on. So, like, this part right here, MRH, when we come back down, I'm curious what that percentage is up and back here, because this is the same pattern. Excuse me. This is the same pattern I was finding in the cannabis stocks. So I was looking at that, saying we still have, even when we come down, we still have another slight dip before the real launch. That's what I'm looking at. Yeah, the launch pad, exactly. But I'm curious what that percentages are right in there, because I'm lining my cannabis buys and options all based on that as well. Yeah, man, I agree with you, Life. I think the same shit. They're just pushing everything out for a reason. They're stalling everything for a reason. They're keeping us occupied. They're stalling. They're getting people out. Did anybody look at that rich list, man? That rich list too. That rich list shows how many people pulling down. I mean, that was a good little dip. It was almost like when it went to 11 cents, how much it went up. And it pulled everybody back out from that 11, 12 cents. Hey, thanks for that chart, MRH. Yeah, it's funny because this whole section right in here is exact pattern, like, I guess, that launch pad before it really takes off. Yeah, they are, man. They are. I'm with it all because I understand that these little trends still play a factor on what's being said on them. That's why having so many monitors and stuff up is huge. It really is, because these asses play with your head so much. So it's kind of like, I don't, going by that chart, it just might have a little more time while it's down there. Might not have to stay up all night waiting for it to drop to do like a 15-minute drop to 48 and 50, and then if you don't get it, you're screwed. Here we go, some news. Cannabis profits and focus. CEOs of Hexo, Iconic Brands, Tilray, and Aurora Cannabis discuss next wave of global growth opportunities and brands innovation. Reporter trusted name Financial News has published reports as the latest comments and insights from leaders at Tilray. All the, like, half of them of what I'm in and just waiting on. Cannabis leaders are focusing on innovation and premium branding, global expansion, and tight operational execution in the drive towards profitability. Wall Street Reporter highlights the latest comments from industry thought leaders. Iconic Brands is a good one too, and I can't believe I don't have that on here. Like, Oh, that's the Canadian one. Get rid of that one. Oh, oh, yo, there we go. Yeah. Well, I hope what's his face got it. Look at. I hope he got that 64, that 65, like we're saying. There it goes. Because here it goes. It's going to be that double. I'm not selling anything. I'm not dropping any more funds into it right now. Again, I got to make a move and play and take some profits to make these, because I understand as I'm waiting, I'm missing on opportunities like this. And that's sell a contract for 50 bucks popping into this one. And there it is again. Just got to catch them, man. Just got to keep catching them. Got to keep going. But that one, like I said, might see 1.5, might see 1.2. There might be a small resistance at if it broke this one, and it's not much anyway. No, this is it right here. So this is it. Once it pops this at 75, which it just bounced off of, um, this is where then I'm looking at the 1.5. Why did I go by hour? Just hit the day hit or something. Yeah, so here it is. And this is where it's like maybe, but it's so tight on this bottom. I think, bam, this is 1.2, 1.4, 1.5. We'll see. But it's another good one. Let that volume come in and make your profits, guys. There's another one right there. It's kind of like CanTrust yesterday, but at least I wasn't on top of it. I just seen the news on my alert from my TD Ameritrade. Let's go, Aurora. It's time to break through, man. With that little report, they're ready. I mean, it's a positive note. I think we'll see some gains here now. Republican from Nebraska, he's concerned. This guy's probably going to go home and smoke weed, but he's concerned. Oh, they should test him. You know what? How about that? When we start our own new government and run by the people, when you make a statement like that, when you're against it, how about we have you tested right now, right in front of everybody? That's the kind of society I like. You want to talk shit? Let's put you to the test. Hey, you don't want to be scared of it. Let's do a hair sample right now. Let's do a blood sample. Let's do a piss test. We'll start with the piss test. We'll do the blood sample, and we'll send in some hair follicles. We'll get a report. You want to talk shit and say it's bad, blah, and you probably have it in your system. That's all I'm gonna say. That's not all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna keep saying shit. Who am I thinking? I'm so fed up with our fucking tax money and everything going to these pieces of shit out there running and ruin every goddamn thing. I'm sorry, but it is. They do. They'll foul everything up and they'll get everybody to start voting for them again the next term. They'll come on here and play their stupid crap. Anybody else get in on hemp at all? Anybody? That's a call. It's another one. I keep this streak going, man. I gotta find him. He yields back. Oh, I gotta start saying that from now on. Preach it. Damn right, Adam. I think all of us need to, man. We should just all get our own little servers and websites and shit and start telling them how it's gonna be. Because there's a lot more of us, man. Yeah. I should have my energy drink now. It's Friday. I'll get all jacked up. I yield back until I speak again. This guy. Oh man. Republican. That's it. That's the new one. Republicans. We're not Democrats or Republicans. We're Demobulicans. I don't know what the hell we're called. Republicrat. Whatever you want to call it. Let's go. I'm ready for some of these things to take off, man. Maybe I need to get what's the good call on the hemp one? Yeah, that's you, Adam. Did you get it? Did you get it at 65 or? Oh, good call, Rockstar. There we go. Yeah, but did you get it? Yeah, I just realized that when you said Rockstar, it hit me. Bam. I drink. Here, I'll show you. I do Zambazon, man. I love that stuff. I mean, it's. I go on my kicks, but let's see. Right here, in Zambazon, I do want to be paid for this advertisement. By the way, literally, I want to make sure you guys pay me because I'm helping you out with sales right here. You can get it at your local Whole Foods. They got 3 different kinds. They got this the jungle juice. I think this is the jungle. Yeah, the black can's the jungle. The white one's not my favorite. It's a little lighter. And then there's a purple one. Purple one. The purple one and the black one are my favorite. And now you guys got me going. I might take this crap, man. It's Friday. I'm ready. I'm ready for stuff to happen. Ready for XRP to dip. I'm ready for these cannabises to make a move. But yeah, not only do I want something from Zambazon, I want a lifetime supply, Zambazon, by the way, because I'm marketing this for you. But Whole Foods, I think I deserve something from you as well because I'm putting your name out there. And then I know Amazon, you're affiliated with Whole Foods, so Amazon, I believe now you are a part of that too, and you understand how this trickle theory works, kind of like a pyramid scheme. Now that I just promoted Sambazon or Sambazon, if you tell me how to pronounce your name correctly, that's how I pronounce it, and I like it that way. And this stuff's awesome, and it's the most healthiest energy drink out there. All right, and it's good. It doesn't race your heart like these other ones and have all those extra additives like monsters and crap. This stuff's good stuff, guys. I should probably open an Amazon account and start selling it. But Amazon, Whole Foods, and Zambazon, you guys all owe me. Just saying. There we go. I yield back. That was my take. You need more. I need more funds in mine too. I missed my good play last week on selling a couple of those contracts, like I was telling you to branch out. And I knew it. I was setting up for it. I was just making sure when I was on my app, I could break up the contracts because I know you do it on the platform, but when you're on your app, it's a different story, man. Sometimes they're always different. And the app on Thinkorswim on your phone isn't the same as the app on the computer. It's not the same as the actual TD Ameritrade. Redline. Who's Redline? Listen, don't kill my sponsorships, guys. Frick. Hey, yeah. So Adam, you didn't get it, and then on a hemp, red candle on XRP. Come on. I just want to get it and get over with it. Make my half play now on there. Now this guy I like, Jim Jordan. I hope he doesn't say stupid stuff. How good would that feel, though? They decriminalize it, and then these people get out of jail over marijuana. I mean, it already feels like shit that if you're in one state, you go to jail, in another one, you don't. So dumb, man. Just end this crap. Nobody needs to be arrested off of marijuana for smoking weed or have. So dumb. I don't even smoke weed. Not a big fan. It's never been my thing, but frick, man, just end the crap. Bull crap. Bye. Yeah, I know what that's like on a cell phone. What the heck was supposed to work? Here's the thing. You spent so much billion on marijuana. How much have you received? How about that? Powerful energy makes your lips tingle. Who sells it? I've never heard of Redline. You'll smoke it. Listen, MRH, I'm not saying I won't. Here's the thing, I like a pen, maybe it's just because they're so potent. A pen, I don't. Every once in a great while, if I want to get some good sleep, but like smoking is so different. Like, because I've tried them both, but smoking is so different than a pen. And then just the edibles; those are even more different. I think there's just so much variety out there. That's funny because there's one of the. Let me try to find it on my penny stocks for cannabis, because there was a thing. It was like a cell phone, and you were supposed to be able to. It was supposed to be able to read what kind of. Excuse me, what kind of cannabis it was, and then it would give you all the chart. I mean, it was really cool. I really wanted to buy one, but I'm not much of a weed guy, so it's like, when the heck am I actually going to test anything? And I could use it for some people I know that smoke a lot. Let me see. Should be on my cannabis thing. It's been a long time. I know I get updates from it all the time. I don't even know what the heck they've been doing, or if they folded or what. They getting ready to vote? No. It'll change everything. Still looking for that one. Maybe they went out of business. I don't know. If I find it, I'll bring it up or mention it or something. But come on, Aurora. It's time to break that 12, baby. Let's check them out. Oh, I did it again. So bad at that. Yeah, those green arrows, baby. Don't have a lot, but at least I'll have something, right? I'm up. I think Sundial's starting to make a pump back. No? Yeah, come up off that green candle. There's your buy-in. Here's the one I called yesterday. Here's the one to get in some options on that one, and it was huge. Whoever huge is. Yeah, here we go. Come on, ACB. Where's huge? This contract's coming down. So it's doing the same. I guess they're just like a little bit behind. So let's see. Those contracts be a good one to get into right now. So if anybody's on and ready for this one. Yeah, yeah, that's right, man. They are going to need that to relax, aren't they? When all this shit hits the fan. Hey, man, where she hides my weed, man? What movie? I forget what movie that is with Sandler. Hey, man, where she hides my weed? Freaking love Sandler. Man, I wish one of these penny stocks would pump so I could sell it and get it over. What's up, Crypto Humper? Man, I always get like stuffy at this time for some reason. Need the fresh air. Okay, so I thought I pressed April. Son of a gun. All right, so two strikes to go after. If anybody wants to make a play on an options call, it's a good time for huge. I got it over here. FSD Pharma. If you go to the options and make a buy on the call, you can do January 15th, and you can get it. You can get it. They won't do to a penny. They'll go in fives, increments of 5, and you can get the 5 at 10 cents, and even put one in for 5 to try to grab it. So that's how I break them up. I put one to buy and put one to try to grab one lower in case it does dip. So you can do the January 15th strike price at 5 and get it at 10 and put another one at 5 cents to buy it. And you can also get one in, another one at 7.50 at 5. You're not going to get it any lower, so just get it while it's at 5 now. You can put in a market. It might give you a little bit lower just because it's on there. And then you can even go to April 16th further out, because if the shit drags on and do a same thing, you're going to pay a little more, but the prices are up there. You can get the 5 at 20 maybe, but go after the 20 because it's at 30 right now. And then you can go after the 10 on 750. Up to you what you guys want to spend. You bought 1,000 more. Well, I mean, it's at 59, so he's crypto humping, all right. All right, it is what it is, man. Here's the thing. You got some. You got some, man. I mean, you have $1,000 to spend on it. Good for you. You know? What's that? Oh, I gotta type it in. 620? 1612? You got another 1600 XRP. Good for you, man. Who cares? Rug, what's up, Rug? What is he certainly explains what they did in Oregon. Is he talking about the legalized weed, the Democrats for that? Um, anybody anybody wants that longer play on an options, man? Huge is the play. Like I said, get in January 15th strike at 5 and 750, and get in on the strike price on April 16th for 5 and 750, and play those bottom parts of it. Yeah, that's already happening, man. Everybody's already talking about. Wish they got it at 20. You know, already talking about. Yeah, Oregon legalized everything because they want them to just take over and run around sticking their freaking arms in with needles and all types of shit. That's the purge is coming in Oregon first. Let's check out all the Oregon guys speaking now. Speaking of Oregon, going heavy on the buyback and buying more MRH when it hits 50. XLM's dipping again. I just gotten up to 17, 17.6. Where is that? 17. Yeah. I don't. They didn't just postpone the marijuana one, did they again? Have to look it up. Oh, this is the 2981. This isn't the one. Oh, what they do with it? I forget how I looked everything up last time. It's such a pain in the ass. Oh, where the hell is it? Find it sooner or later, I think. Uh, Man, we're all gonna be buying like crazy at that 50 mark. Okay, so they did that for. Put it on the house floor. All right, let's. I don't understand their language. Okay, so what's floor votes today? They already had some votes, and there's one going on right now. Are they still going to vote? That's what I want to know. Sure, they jumped right into something else, it seems. I don't know what that 29.81. And I don't know if this is the actual vote on that. It says on motion to suspend the rules and pass, but it says 29.81. This is 38.84. Oh, yeah, the 29 National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration Commission Officer Corps Amends Act. So that is the number. Just waiting for the actual votes on 38.84. Oh, I'm waiting. Rob, I'm waiting for that 16, 15 mark for XLO. Yeah, Crypto Humper, I agree with you. I don't think it's going to be dragged out. If it is, here's my deal. If it is, we're going to sit in another bearish market. So if Chris is right, I'm fine with that. We'll have time to accumulate a shit ton more. We'll just keep buying up as it's going down, or trading and buying more. I think that's a good thing with that, right? So I think making sure we have what we need at a certain points on the charts that we're seeing in these retraces. And if we get that, we've accumulated a little bit more, and now if it wants to keep going, we get more. It's at that slow time of day. It's hard to have an energy drink at this time. I'm done with that coffee. Be ready for that damn 4 votes today. That's what I'm sticking on. Two. Always tagged up like crazy. 2 left on that. Well, we're all in that stage. I wish we bought more, huh? What happens when it starts moving up? Triple and quadruple the amounts. Man, I think they come back like 12:30 or 12:40. If I remember there's a second time they were just bringing up the key points to see if they were going to actually vote on the floor or something, because it was put at the bottom of the day list for voting. Since everything went good yesterday, it's on the list to be voted on. Kevin Gage posts, all I want for Christmas is for XRP to fucking send it. I don't want to wait into 2021. Either do I. Done waiting. But listen, I said I would wait a 5-year plan and keep doing this until anything was bullshit. 5-year plan. I'm 3 years in. Look at 2 more years. I like this one. I just got a good laugh. See if you guys can hear it. Oh, that's a GIF. GIF. This is good. Watch this guy get blasted. That's the bull market to those idiots trying to knock us down. Bam. It's like one of those little quick videos I can't get enough. Like I can watch it like 300 times in a row and just pick something small out of it, like his shoe, just how it looked like it might have busted his whole shin in half. Oh, because his leg stayed behind there. Look at that. Oh, that can't. It might have been just broke. He might have just destroyed his leg, like flopped and dragged. Like I think he destroyed it. Here, this chick was awesome, man.
Voters are on there. The poll book is completely off. Completely off.
Off by 30,000?
I'd say that poll book is off by over 100,000. That poll book. Why don't you look at the registered voters on there? How many registered voters are on there? Do you even know the answer to that?
No, I guess I'm trying to get to the bottom of this here.
Zero. There's zero.
So, my question then is, if the
guess how many? Wait, what about the turnout rate? 120%.
Let's let Representative Johnson ask his question, please.
So the poll book number. Okay, there's 2 things that could happen here. Either the poll book number, if ballots were counted multiple times, there's 2 options. Option number 1 is that the poll book numbers are not going to match.
They don't.
The actual. Not by thousands and thousands of votes. That's not what we see right now.
Take a look again. Take a look again.
Option number 2 is that they essentially were filling in names of people who didn't vote.
Dead people too?
So is that?
Let's let Representative Johnson ask his question, and then when he's done.
I thought that was his answer. Okay.
Well, I guess that's my question here is why we're not seeing the poll book off by 30,000 votes. That's not the case.
What did you guys do? Take it and do something crazy to it?
I'm just saying the numbers are not off by 30,000 votes.
With them?
So
I know what I
saying
saw.
That they're filling in.
I know what I saw, and I signed something saying that if I'm wrong, I can go to prison. Okay. Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mic dropper.
I'm just trying to ask you a legitimate question here.
Yeah. Let's let Representative Johnson ask his question, and then don't interrupt him. And then, if you want to respond to it, that's fine. And did you have more, Representative?
Yeah, I guess I just want to keep following back up with the poll book. So are we saying that the poll book is either wildly off or that they are filling in names?
It's wildly off, and dead people voted, and illegals voted.
Okay.
So that's my answer.
I think
She's great, dude. She's great. There's another one. There was another one. So where the heck? I don't know if there was a tweet, but the Indian lady, man, she wasn't as snotty as this girl, but who cares? You put them in their place. But she sat in the hearing with the guy next to her. She was like, you get these two together, let them like run some shit. You search, wasn't that the Michigan hearing? Will it show up? I don't know how to search Twitter for shit. Yeah, this girl. Yeah, man, this is her.
The ballot
was great.
That had the name on the ballot.
This is her.
They were all. I started writing down the ballot numbers and the last names of the person of the ballot that had the name on the ballot. They were all in sequence. These are absentee ballots, mail-in ballots. They cannot be in sequence. 2232 cannot have 2233 next to it, because if they're mailed in, they come in all different numbers. And when I started noticing that these numbers are almost next to each other, like one or the other was in the middle, but then they were almost next to each other, my antennas went up. That's exactly when I thought something is not right here. Then I asked the supervisor. There was not even a date on those envelopes. It said November 0-2020. There was no second number there. Then I said, what is the date on this one? Then they got really mad at me. They said, you're not letting us do our job. You're disturbing us. And at that point, because we really don't want to be kicked out, so we were just kind of not challenging anything because we want to still stay in the room because we barely had anybody. Not only that, the sequence ballot numbers were all from the same area, like the Goddard Street in the downtown Detroit. Goddard Street, sequential ballots, signatures were all alike. They had no date stamp. It said like it was empty after 0. There was no third or second or first or nothing. And none of them were coming up in the system. They were all being entered manually. They even knew that none of these details would even be in the poll book or in the system.
She's good. That wasn't even the best part with her, so I gotta find her. This guy was a dick. The MRH, man. I don't know if you caught their whole thing, but here she is. Oh, that's just a picture. This one. She was good, man. She was good. Oh, this is
by accident. Okay.
Yeah.
Credible are not credible is what Judge Kenny writes. So my question for you is, you're making claims here today that there's systematic fraud in what's going on in our elections. Are the courts also tied up in that fraud?
Let me tell you what I did by accident. Okay. I gave Channel 7 an interview that they tied in to that and made me the witness that's uncredible. Guess what? There's going to be a couple behind me that are going to say the same thing I just said. And
the witness before you was also proven not credible as well by the same judge.
She wasn't, because she wasn't even there.
Representative Camilleri, let's let her finish, please.
The very first time.
Are not credible is what Judge Kenny writes. So my question for you is, you're making claims here today that there's systematic fraud in what's going on in our elections. Are the courts also tied up in that fraud?
Let me tell you what I did
you.
by accident.
I gotta find, excuse me.
Completely off.
Off by
That
30,000?
I'd say that poll book is off by over 100,000.
And
That poll book, why don't you look at the registered voters on there? How many registered voters are on there?
Matt?
Do you even know the answer to that?
No, I guess I'm trying to get to the bottom of this here.
Zero. There's zero.
So my question then is, if the
Guess how many? Wait, what about the turnout rate? 120%.
Let's let Representative Johnson ask his question, please.
so the poll book number. There's two things that could happen here.
You gotta watch her. That one I couldn't even hear her the whole time. Where is? That's funny. I need to find a good one on them, man. Yeah, here we go. Who voted for this woman? Yeah, exactly. Who the hell put this piece of crap in office? Any
TCF. So my question, really, to you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to repeat it again. These people are...
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Having...
That's a great clip. Like, I love that one, but that one's better for Biden. But yeah, man, life. Yeah, her attitude just turns out. I know, man. Her ratings for men just went up. She just, like, everybody wants to know her now. Like, they are gonna flock her. Was this is the other girl there? I'm gonna find that other one where she speaks more. I mean, she laid it out on them. Was that when that lady was speaking? They kept interrupting. Yeah, she called them liars. Fine. But the thing is he sat there and said, show me more of her. Yeah, I will, man. I'll find more. He sat there and gabbled her at this lady because he's like, I'll let you have your question. And she just started insulting and just going around it. And it's like, I'll let you have your question. Ask your damn question. And then she's like, it's for you, Chairman. And then she put it over to that. I mean, she was an idiot. She was a complete idiot.
I called my mother and I told my mother about this, and my mom said, no, absolutely not. You're not doing that. I also had a concern about that because I do have two small young children at home, and I needed access to my vehicle. What I witnessed at the TCF Center was complete. They told me.
All right. This is probably a short.
We don't want to cut it this close. We need, in the short term, a body that can say the day after the election or 2 days after the election, there's 20,000 dead voters, wipe them out immediately. And this should be apolitical, not political. They're just clearly dead. Have the database enforce it. Why are dead voters still now? They're certified now, and I'm not trying to make a political statement, but we certified that knowingly.
Someone's got to have a good one with her. Oh, this was her providing how stupid she is.
Both you and the president are honest men.
She's a piece of shit.
So I really have to answer that question?
Yes.
Representative C.A. Johnson. Representative C.A. Johnson.
Very quick. Mr. Giuliani. Hi again.
Hello?
Do you think that both you and the president are honest men?
So I really have to answer that question?
Yes.
Representative C.A. Johnson. Representative.
Answer it.
Representative, do you have a point of order?
I'm asking the question.
Representative,
I'm asking the question.
We need a
Do you
question
consider
related to the
yourself,
election.
Mr.
Representative, you're out of order. Out of order. Representative, you're out of order. Representative, if you want to ask a question about the election, you can ask the question. But that is not about the election. So, do you have a question about the election, Representative?
I can't because this is a show. No, I just can't.
Representative, do you have a hold on, Representative?
Do you really believe?
Representative, do you have a question about the election?
Bitch, right.
All right, then I'll turn your mic on. Ask the question about the
Mr.
election.
Giuliani. Oh, did you turn it off?
If you have a question about the election, ask it.
I can hear you.
Mr. Giuliani. Do you believe that the citizens of Detroit, those who have voted, feel like what you're doing today is disenfranchising or attempting to disenfranchise the citizens of Detroit?
Just the opposite. I would say that trying to separate the honest from the dishonest vote is saving the franchise, because every dishonest vote deprives an honest person of their vote.
I agree.
This is crazy.
I absolutely agree.
Let's let him, Representative, let's let him answer the question.
Yeah, he just did.
Okay, then.
Yeah, he just did. And so I agree with you. Dishonesty is dishonesty. Right? Right.
So she pretty much just brought up her own thing on herself, and she's just a retard. It's just they're messed in the head, man. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have used the word retard. She's a fucking dipshit. I like sticking with dipshit. She's a piece of shit, dipshit, whatever you want to call it there. Here we go. This one. All right, let's
our countries are known for corruption.
This girl's good,
but
man.
When it comes to elections, I come from a country where a lot of things go wrong. Our countries are known for corruption. But when it comes to elections, there is, from what I've seen here to what we used to do back in India, it is a lot more organized now because we have an identification system. And the fact that now, as the other representative said, that you can actually show up and vote without an ID, it's shocking. How can you allow that to happen? Like, a lot of people think all Indians look alike. I think all Chinese look alike. So how would you tell? If some Chow shows up, you can be anybody and you can vote. And if somebody with my name, you can't even tell my name. Anybody can vote on my behalf. So ID should be the basic requirement.
Please, let's let her testify, everyone. We want to allow the witnesses to speak. Thank you.
ID should be the basic thing, and there should be a cutoff date as to when you can request the mail-in ballots. It can't be like you can show up the same day and request it and give it the same day. The whole purpose of the ballot is defeated. I think you can put a lot of measures, maybe put policies that this does not get repeated, because, and again, the fact that there was not a Republican present on every counting board, that was also a shocker. A lot of people I know from my own church, they wanted to work as a poll worker, but they were told that the positions were full, so they don't need any more Republicans. If only there was a Republican present at every table, maybe a lot of this would have been avoided. And also, I think, that the whole vitriol of the entire poll workers that were there, that to me was the shocking thing. I would expect a lot more respect. These are all fellow Americans. If it was towards an immigrant like me, at least maybe it's understandable, but these are all fellow Americans. Why would you hate them just because of their political affiliation?
Stop the steal! Stop the steal! Stop the steal!
It was just really good. Is that Giuliani's daughter? They got the same teeth. Paid actress. Oh man, people got some good stuff. That's some funny stuff, man. I like that one. Don't give out likes like that all the time, but that's good. Yeah, I think I heard this too.
You probably know the truth. The answer.
Point of order.
The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just like you, they don't want to know the truth. Well, you probably know the truth. The answer.
Point of order.
The answer that I.
Oh man, they're still voting on that other crap. That's funny. Hey, we're getting the dip. There's one of the red candles. 58. Man, come on. Happen. Could get a little bigger. It just started. Oh yeah, look at. I don't know if you guys are watching, man. We're getting some. Here comes that big green candle or red candle. I just drank my energy drink. Oh boy. After my 2 cups of coffee. $57. 56, guys. Oh my goodness. $55. I can get my damn book out and remember where I'm at with everything too. I don't want to miss my damn hits. No idea how fast this will go and how long it will last. Life, what do you got that like it coiled into that flag pattern and it's breaking, so it's going down. You have it marked. Is that like the marks at 40? Doubt we're gonna get the 29 cents, but hey, Rob, what are you using? I have to use uphold buy on streaks. We what wedge? Life. What wedge are you like in here? Was there a wedge right here? Like if you the wedge. I don't have it on the screen, but because here's a wedge I see. Are you talking about one down here? Right here? Oh, from his. I can't remember I don't know if I have his still up here or not. Yeah, that's when you'll see a fast red candle too. You get that bad boy back down there. I mean, I don't mind doing my first part of it right there even. I knew it would be like that. I won't hold till 50, but I might even not. I might break it up. I'll break it up in quarters. That's what I was just figuring out. I'll break my whole thing up in quarters. See, I can pull my trigger on, I can pull my trigger on XLM, the rest of it, and be ahead of where I was. Because I already split that last time. XRP, I can start making my quarter pull if this goes back to 56, 55-ish. Or just wait for more. Would assume we have a second leg on this red candle dropping. Jeez, how many? 2981 crap. It's all over the place. Yeah, I mean, this chart's showing me we're coming down some more, I would assume, now. So, it's the extra patience now. I forgot to drop my ZRX when it was up, too, the other day. That was the other one I forgot to make my play on. Yeah, I mean, that's why, Rob, you talking about the one I have up there? Holy chip, and I'm assuming, I really hope it didn't just pick up what it did off those two candles and that's it. There's got to be more. There's got to be more down there. I mean, it did bounce right off the last green candles, like head and shoulders that would be created. Just assuming we got more. Yeah, man. I was like that a few years ago. I was doing penny stocks, but I was all over the place, driving my work truck, bringing my laptop in, had my work laptop, 2 laptops in the truck. And those, at least I could set a lot of triggers and buys and sells. I don't have that set up with this. And so, if they get up on TD Ameritrade and E-Trade, I can't wait till they get up on there. Gosh, dang. You could play the Forex on it, but it's crazy shit right there. That second wave's got to be coming back down here. What do you mean? Like, what's your concern on that? Oh, because they're buying up? Why do you say they're buying up to keep the price there? Where do you get that from? Where you going, Crypto Humper? I just want this to go back down and make. I should have made that quarter play right when it was down there, but I don't know what they were going to give me that rate at. Oh yeah, I remember reading that. Yeah, I don't know. This is a pretty strong bearish move, and if we're copying the other side, I hope to believe that Ground Zero, Florida. You going to visit or what? You going someone out there? What do you got up there, Twitter? I'm going to get all jacked up now. I got that energy drink kicking in. It's Amazon fever. Want that sponsorship to be in my mailbox next week. Yeah. $46 million. If that just doesn't tell you money whatever. Just it's not enough. They're saying it's never enough. 46 million. The third quarter. So they bought all that up right before they ran it though, probably, because that's the third quarter ended in October. So when did this all start taking off? So think about that. So life, you can think of it the other way too. They bought all that up. They're going to have a big dump now. You know what I mean? I mean, I guess you'd have to follow those the whales or them, like those guys that are good at following that shit. Do you guys follow anybody that has keeps track of that? Like these whale wallets? Here comes that. I think this is that next pump down starting now. That volume picking up. Here comes. Let's see if we can get this down, because I'm trying to be ready. This thing used to update as the ticker went on Uphold, and now it doesn't. It literally, they suck. Used to. Now I have to go out and come back in and re-enter it. Piece of shit. Unbelievable. Alright, it's right where it was before. Here comes the cannabis ruling. I think they're voting on just not changing the bill. Okay, so they're just going on to right now they're voting on woo. They're voting on not changing anything to the bill right now, and right after this they're going to vote on that. Here we go. Red candle XLM. I'm going to break it. If it can pump that can a little bit down, I'm in. If I can get it to 16 something for XLM, I'm good. I'll be fine with it. And if we can just break that candle, come close to that 53, I'll do my first quarter. I might even do my first quarter 55. Next one 53. I don't mind breaking it up, man. Pump it down. Woo! Not even that big of a difference for me. Just when it gets to that certain point. What do you mean you pushed your orders? You pushed your orders through? Or you pushed your orders though? This should be first bounce. What do you mean bounce? You mean drop? Or you mean coming back up, then back down? What are you saying, MRH? XLM just sitting on the bottom of that candle. Yeah, up and down. Ugh, I hate watching it start to go back up because it's like the moon. Booble? Booble? Get inside those greens. Oh, you actually made a play, MRH? You bought some back and waiting for the bounce up is what you're saying? Well, I'm still waiting for your response, MRH. Recognition over everything. Something isn't adding up. Messed up somewhere on something. Oh, no, it didn't. Come on, Aurora. It's time for them. They get this vote in. I want to see cannabis take off today. Give me some extra bags to freaking fill. Storm in our area, huh? Yeah, I got numbers written all over the place. My ears are dry. Oh. Vail killing it over 16. Those experts slammed me for. I didn't even make a play, but slammed me for making that call. And Vail's killing it. Just saying. Get another piece of paper. Make a chart better. I'm an idiot. Let's do it. Always mess up. Energy, coffee, everything going through. I'm gonna have to get a bite to eat here in a minute. I'll keep this chart up. Use the bathroom, everything. Some eggs. Soak up that energy drinking coffee. Okay, so what did I get that at? That came back up, huh? XLM did. Yep. Take a break. I'll be leaving it up here. Let's see if we can catch this stuff.
you a dose of reality instead of just accepting it. It's like, yeah, but I'm special. You don't know any men on this level that are not your father, that aren't related to you. That means you don't know these men. You don't know where to go get them. You don't know what they want. But you're still saying, pick me. They don't want mid-30-year-old baby mamas. I'm trying to be polite, man, but they don't want those.
Can I ask you a question?
Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
Why is that so? Okay, go ahead.
Why is it so?
Go ahead.
From my point of view, I feel like I get what you're saying. They do have better options, but also those better options are younger girls. Those younger girls are necessarily 20-year-olds are not necessarily attracted to 45-year-olds.
Bullshit. I'm 51 and I can't beat them off with a stick. That's another one you lies. No, younger women are attracted to older men. What are you talking about?
So can you see me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So do you feel like a woman like me?
Uh-huh. What would you rank yourself on a scale from 1 to 10? You cannot use 7.
Would I rate myself?
Just your face.
My face when I wake up, 5, but when I put myself together, 6.
Okay. And how tall are you?
5'5".
Dress size.
I'm sorry?
Your dress size.
A 3.
Okay. So that makes you, if you give yourself a 5, that's average.
Yes.
So average looking women tend not to get high earning men. They tend to get average
And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
I will take it from you.
The gentleman from California rise.
As a member designated by Mr. Garamendi pursuant to House Res 965, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote aye on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
As the member designated by Mr. McNerney under House Resolution 965, I inform the House Mr. McNerney will vote aye on H.R. 3884. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House Ms. Jayapal will vote aye on H.R. 3884. As the member designated by Mr. Pocan under H.Res. 965, I inform the House Mr. Pocan will vote aye on H.R. 3884. As the member designated by Mr. Doggett under H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Doggett will vote aye on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Schneider of Illinois pursuant to House Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Schneider will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peters of California pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Peters will vote yes on H.R. 3884. As the member designated by Mr. Thompson of California pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
Does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Sears pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Sears will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 965, I wish to inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Dr. Barra pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Dr. Barra will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on final passage of H.R. 3884, the MORE Act of 2020. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Lowy pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Representative Lowy will vote aye on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on H.R. 3884. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bill Pascrell pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Pascrell will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on H.R. 3884. As the member designated by Ms. Brownlee pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Brownlee will vote yes on H.R. 3884. And as the member designated by Ms. Bonamici pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Bonamici will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania pursuant to House Resolution 965, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Doyle will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
Does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Dina Titus of Nevada, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maine rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamb pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lamb will vote no on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington rise?
As a member designated by Dr. Schreier pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Dr. Schreier will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Andrew Carson, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I will inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore, pursuant to H.R. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on H.R. 3884. As the member designated by Mr. Rooney, pursuant to H.R. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Rooney will vote no on H.R. 3884. As the member designated by Mr. Cohen, pursuant to H.R. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on H.R. 3884. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan, pursuant to H.R. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on H.R. 3884. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 3884. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on H.R. 3884. As the member designated by Ms. Castor, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Castor will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson, pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon rise?
As member designated by Mr. Lipinski of Illinois, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lipinski will vote no on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 3884. As the member designated by Chairman Jerry Nadler pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Chairman Nadler will vote yea on H.R. 3884. As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on H.R. 3884. As the member designated by Congressman Jose Serrano pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Congressman Serrano will vote yea on H.R. 3884. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on H.R. 3884.
Purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
Where is he from? For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Costa pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Costa will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Pingree pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yes on H.R. 3884. As the member designated by Ms. Lee pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Lee will vote yes on H.R. 3884. As the member designated by Mr. Kennedy pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Kennedy will vote yes on H.R. 3884. And as the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Brian Higgins of New York, Pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Higgins will vote aye on H.R. 3884.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to HRS 965, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will vote yea on H.R. 3884. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mukersel Powell of Florida pursuant to HRS 965, I inform the House that Ms. Mukersel Powell will also vote yea on H.R. 3884. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, I inform the House that Mr. Payne, pursuant to HRS 965, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will also vote yea on H.R. 3884.
Does any member wish to change? On this vote, the yeas are 228, the nays are 164. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for the purpose of inquiring to the Majority Leader the schedule for next week.
Without objection.
Thanks, and Mr. Speaker, I also ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
With that, be happy to yield to my friend, the gentleman from Maryland, the Majority Leader of the House.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the House will meet at 12 p.m. for legislative business. Members are advised that votes are expected as early as 2 p.m. I want to repeat that. We're going in at 12. Votes can be as early as 2 p.m. This is unusual for the first day of the week. I have advised and urged members to stay here this weekend. Most of them that I've talked to are, because clearly we are trying to get two critical pieces of legislation done, which we will speak to, I think, in a little bit. On Tuesday and Wednesday, the House will meet at 10 a.m. for morning hour debate and 12 p.m. for legislative business. On Thursday, the House will meet at 9 a.m. for legislative business. I want to advise members that we still have to pass an omnibus and we have to pass a COVID-19 relief bill. And we will not adjourn the Congress until such time as we can accomplish those two objectives. I was hopeful that we would accomplish those objectives by next Thursday.
Unfortunately, things are not moving as rapidly as I think they ought to. I'd like them to, but as they ought to be moving. So that members need to be advised that they need to keep their schedules very, very flexible until such time as we pass both of those pieces of legislation. We will, in addition, consider several bills under suspension of the rules. The complete list of suspensions will be announced by the close of business today. I want to say something further on suspensions. Somebody said, oh, well, we're not passing important bills. That's not accurate. Somehow, when we have agreement, it's not looked at as important. On suspensions, simply mean we have an agreement between the parties that we can pass those bills because they're bipartisan and the overwhelming majority of members agree on them. So we are passing bills that are good bills, but not controversial, and that's a good thing. We will consider several bills under suspensions. As I said, the complete list will be available at the close of business today. The House will consider the fiscal year 21 National Defense Authorization Act conference report. I am very pleased that we have a bipartisan, bicameral agreement on NDAA and look forward to overwhelmingly passing both chambers next week. And, if necessary, overriding a threatened veto by President Trump. This is a critically important bill to pass. It always passes, and I am hopeful that we will come together on this bill. It was a tough conference, but a good conference, and the result, I think, can be supported by both sides of the aisle. Signed, obviously, by the Senate Republican chairman and our chairman here in the House. As members know, the current continuing resolution expires on December 11th. Therefore, the authority for spending to keep government running will expire on the 11th. The Appropriations Committee is hard at work on reaching an agreement on an omnibus, and I hope to bring that to the floor as early as possible. I'm hopeful that will be next week. Frankly, I've had a discussion with Senator McConnell. I've told him there is no agreement that we can not make on the 11th that will be easier to make on the 18th. Which is the end of the following week. I would urge members, however, to ensure that they are available for the week of the 14th if we have not completed our business by next week. The House may also consider additional legislation to address the coronavirus pandemic. As I've already said, the House has passed two different HEROES bills. Mr. Speaker, we passed a bill on May 15th, 6 months ago, to deal with this extraordinary crisis, placing millions of Americans at risk, causing deep emotional and physical distress, and a challenge not only to their health, but also their psychological welfare, and to educating our children and keeping our schools safe and providing the resources necessary that if we can get children back in school, which I think all of us want to do, that we can accomplish that objective. The House has also passed on October 1, some 2 months ago, a $2.2 trillion bill. That was not taken up by the Senate. The Senate has passed no legislation since May 15th. They did not consider our bill either time, either the HEROES 1 bill or the HEROES 2. It's unfortunate, in my view, that Senate Republicans have failed to act, even if they didn't act on what we wanted to do. I'm pleased that the Speaker and Senate Majority Leader spoke yesterday. I've spoken to him 3 times this week, and I hope that we can get an agreement. The House stands ready to act next week. Lastly, as everybody understands, when you get to the end of a session, we don't contemplate everything that might be on the agenda, so that other pieces of legislation may be on the agenda next week or the week thereafter. Again, I want to reiterate, I am very hopeful that we could get this business done by next week. The reason I scheduled, Mr. Speaker, the 11th as the CR day is because I wanted to make sure we could get members home. The COVID crisis, the pandemic, is has exploded. Members ought to be not aggregating here on the House floor or aggregating in Washington. They ought to be home. And if we got out on the 11th, I want to get through on the 10th so we can send a bill to to the Senate. However, if we left on the 11th, it will be 14 days before Christmas. And therefore, if members leaving Washington had to quarantine themselves, they would have sufficient time to do so that they could be with their families on Christmas Day. I would hope that everyone on the Appropriations Committee, the leadership, myself included, would feel the urgency of passing this needed legislation. And I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Thank the gentleman, and a few of the items relating to legislation that I want to bring up with the gentleman. But before that, I did want to mention that it's my understanding that the floor director for the majority leader, Ms. Shawanza Goff, last thing I'd want to do was embarrass her here on the House floor, but it's my understanding she may be leaving. And if I can just first say...
It is a vicious rumor that has been spread abroad in the country.
And I'll be happy to yield time to her if she'd like to deny that rumor. But while that may create some issues, I would like to say that if this is the last time that we do this colloquy before the end of this year, it's been a true pleasure to work with Shawanza Goff. My whole staff has enjoyed working with her, and especially on those areas where we agree. The CARES Act and USMCA come to mind as recent major accomplishments that this legislative body has done together, Republicans and Democrats, and she, I know, has been that conduit who works with our staff on the Republican side, and we've considered it a true joy to work with her. She doesn't schedule every bill I ask her to schedule, but I'll blame that on the majority leader, not on Shawanza. But if I can, in all seriousness, say that it's truly been a treat and a joy, and she's one of the people that makes this place work when it does work. You know, we can always talk about the things that we would like to achieve that we can't, but there are many important things we achieve, like those pieces of legislation I talked about and many others that don't get that same kind of attention, but they wouldn't happen without the work and the great leadership that Shawanza's demonstrated here. She will be missed here, but I just wanted to mention that, and I know the gentleman feels probably even stronger because she's worked for you, I think, for the whole time I've been in leadership, but I think going back to maybe 2008, and I would yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
I would yield to the gentleman.
I may get into this next week, and I'm hopeful the gentleman is right that we don't have a colloquy next week, that we will have completed our business as I've been talking about. But I have been blessed. The House has been blessed. The country has been blessed by Shawanza Goff's leadership on this floor, on my behalf and on the majority's behalf, working closely with the minority. And I know that Shawanza would want me to say that she looks forward to the same kind of cooperation in her new job that she's gotten in her old job. And if the gentleman wants to assure of that, I will yield to him.
I'll give this assurance to the majority leader that if you're looking for replacement, I'll be happy to provide recommendations and even participate in the interview process if that would be helpful to the gentleman from Maryland.
The gentleman is most generous.
I think the generosity probably ends there with today's colloquy. I'm sure we'll have that opportunity next week to have a longer conversation. But truly do want to pass that on to Shawanza and not just on behalf of myself, on behalf of the minority leader, Mr. McCarthy, his staff, as well as mine, and all of us in leadership who get to work with her. With that, I do want to mention on the schedule next week, one of the items that I know we've worked on together and talked about that I believe the gentleman has scheduled for next week is S578, which is the ALS Disability Insurance Access Act. Something that we've worked on a number of these items for people with ALS. The Steve Gleason Act was one of those items we worked on a few years ago, passed to help people with ALS, and has been a tremendous, tremendous benefit to people struggling with ALS. Steve Gleason is a constituent and a dear friend, somebody who we've worked with on many things. He received earlier this year, it seems like years ago, but just January of this year, was the recipient of the Congressional gold medal, and deservedly so. But he and I were communicating earlier this week about this legislation, which I'm a co-sponsor of, and I just want to thank the gentleman for scheduling that for the floor next week. One of those areas, as you were talking about earlier, might not get a lot of attention, but an issue that both Republicans and Democrats have worked on to help people with ALS who right now, under current law, even after the diagnosis with ALS, as we know, is just a devastating diagnosis, have to wait 5 months to get the normal benefits that they are entitled to, and time is very, very critical to people with ALS, and this eliminates that 5-month gap where they would have to act, one of those additional occasions where it takes an act of Congress to fix this, and the Senate acted, and quickly now the House will be acting to address this deficiency that needs to be fixed. I think you will see both sides come together with a very large vote, but I want to thank the gentleman for scheduling that for the floor next week, and I would yield if he had anything to add on that.
Well, I was pleased to schedule this. Obviously, as you know, it's passed the Senate the other day, and hopefully we will pass it on suspension next week, and it will be sent to the President. Hopefully the President will sign it. Obviously, ALS is just a terrible, terrible disease, and a disease that acts very, very quickly, which meant that there's a premium on the government's response to assisting people with ALS be quick as well. And as we know, what this bill does, it provides for an acceleration for people who are suffering from and afflicted with ALS to get assistance. So hopefully the House will pass it and we'll send it to the President. And I appreciate the gentleman's co-sponsorship of the bill. I yield.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. As it relates to the schedule next week, as well as the schedule we've had this week, want to bring up a piece of legislation that we've talked about here at this colloquy and in other venues for months now, and that is the bill by Congressman Shabbat, H.R. 8265, which is the Paycheck Protection Program Extension Act. We've seen over these last few months, our small businesses have struggled tremendously. Some industries have done better during this pandemic, where they've seen increased sales for various reasons, but we've mostly seen and heard from so many of those businesses and industries that have been devastated. Some harder than others, but so many devastated to the point of bankruptcy. Daily we see stories of businesses that close their doors for good. In the state of New York alone, it was reported that 1/3 of all small businesses, 1/3, will never open again. And when we came together to do the CARES Act, to pass that lifeline to so many small businesses, saved probably 50 million jobs in America, saved millions of small businesses, but it expired. And when it expired, we learned a lot more about where our economy was at that time. When we passed it, it was at the very beginning of the pandemic. We now saw over those months which businesses were doing better, which weren't, and came back in September with a piece of legislation that would free up money that's not going to have to be borrowed, money that's actually sitting in that account frozen, $137 billion that we already appropriated, but the program expired, so it can't be used anymore unless we change the law. So we're not talking about creating a new program, we're talking about going back to a program that was maybe one of the most successful things that we've done to help people in need. Not just those small businesses, but the millions, 50+ million people whose livelihoods depend on those jobs. And the bill was brought forward, had a lot of bipartisan interest, but for various reasons hasn't been scheduled on this House floor. And there were reports that maybe it was tied to waiting on the election or whatever other things. In fact, the Speaker of the House just today made a comment that one of the reasons that bill, a certain relief package bill, wasn't brought to the House floor is because she was waiting on, quote, a new president. I hope that was a quote that was made out of context or maybe needs to be revised. But there are millions of people that are literally facing the elimination of their livelihoods. And we have a bill that if it was put on the floor today, yesterday, September, when we first had this conversation, there would be hundreds of thousands of businesses still open today that are now bankrupt, that will never open again. Every day we wait, more businesses don't reopen. Clearly, we are negotiating to try to get an agreement on bigger issues. We're not there. We weren't there last month. We weren't there the month before. The Senate's tried to take up votes on things. It wasn't the Republicans. It was the Democrats that blocked those bills from coming up. This, by the way, was one of those in the package that would have been voted on by the Senate if not for Senate Democrats blocking even the debate on the Senate floor. So they never had that debate. On this floor, just today, we saw a bill to legalize marijuana. You saw items in there where it would give additional money to people in the marijuana industry. Now, this is something that Congress, I'm sure, will continue to debate, but there's a pandemic where today we have businesses that are shutting their doors. Tomorrow, businesses will go bankrupt forever. Small businesses, and we can help them. Not with a new program that we need to negotiate the details over, but something we already did that was so highly successful that we have a track record to show what it can do. Our small banks, local community banks were part of that process and are ready to go again. Again, we don't need to reinvent the wheel here. This is an existing program that has got existing remaining money, but the program is frozen and expired, and this bill just renews it and could pass on the suspension calendar and still hasn't been brought up. And while we're negotiating other things, why not release this hostage and let this bill pass? It could have been done today. It wasn't a lack of time. When we're debating legalizing marijuana instead of saving small businesses, that is a misplaced priority of this Congress. We should have come together months ago. September 16th, it was introduced. September 17th, I brought it up to the majority leader at this colloquy. The following week, brought it up again, and then we filed a discharge petition. You had, I think, 23 Democrats sign a letter saying that they would sign that discharge petition if we didn't get a bipartisan agreement, recognizing that the HEROES Act is not a bipartisan agreement. Unfortunately, not one of those members who signed the letter saying that they would sign the discharge have signed the discharge. Talk is cheap around here. Livelihoods are being lost. Businesses are shuttering for good. Why can't this bill be scheduled for the floor? While we work on the other things that we're not in agreement on, this is something we're in agreement on. But it won't be scheduled for the floor. Maybe we can get an agreement to schedule that Monday when we're coming in at 2 o'clock to vote on other items. This would be something that would get 400 plus votes if it was just scheduled. And I would yield to the gentleman.
I thank the gentleman for his observations. He is right. We're for this. We're also for making sure that children have food on their tables. We're also supportive of making sure that education facilities have the money to keep their venues safe and to keep education flowing. We're also for making sure that child care is available to parents who can go back to work when and if their children go back to school. We're also for having critical money for testing and tracing, and yes, for delivering the vaccination. And yes, we're for that, and we're also for states and localities that are hemorrhaging revenue have the resources to continue to be on the front line of fighting the battle against COVID-19. And we are also for resources, not only to have created the vaccine, which almost all of which is being funded by the federal government, we are also for making sure we can deliver that vaccine and have a vaccination as well as having a vaccine. We are for, very strongly, the extraordinary number of helping the extraordinary number of unemployed who are on unemployment insurance and who at the end of this month they're going to find it goes away. And we're for having an additional enhancement of that unemployment insurance, which so many economists will tell you from the CARES bill was absolutely essential to keep the economy afloat. And the fact that we have kept the economy afloat is shown by apparently the stock market thinks we're okay, But the millions and millions and millions of families who are in deep distress are not okay. I am appalled by the fact that we have not acted. We've acted twice. You say it wasn't partisan. That's true. You chose not to vote for it. It wasn't much different than the CARES bill, which you did vote for. But apparently, shortly after we passed the HEROES bill, your leader, Mr. McCarthy, said, let's wait and see what happens. And Senator McConnell said, let the states go bankrupt. Well, they're on that road, and we've seen what happened by waiting. We have thousands of our fellow citizens dying every week. Thousands. Now over 260,000 Americans. Millions afflicted. So I tell my friend, Mr. Speaker, that we care about PPP, and we took care of it in both bills we passed. Now, it wasn't a question that they were partisan or not partisan. They weren't taken up in the United States Senate. We passed them. They were not taken up. Yes, the Senate leader offered a bill that every economist with whom I've talked said was not substantive enough, not sufficient resources to stop the hemorrhaging and to help fight COVID-19. So I tell my friend, we're for that bill. What we're not for is forgetting the kids, the families, the hospital workers, the researchers, the states, the localities. We're not for forgetting them. And we believe that if we pass one part of a multifaceted response to COVID-19 and the implications for our economy, that will not be what our economy nor our people need. So we would ask you to talk to the Senate or to offer your own bill. Offer your own bill. Offer your own bill that deals with all of those millions of people that I just referenced that are in deep, deep distress. Because we need to deal with the small businesses, and we do. We need to deal with the unemployed, and we knew. We have a lot of things expiring on December 31st. PPP, your bill, does not deal with any of that. We need to deal with all of it. We ought to do it. And that ought to be, Mr. Shavitt's bill ought to be a part of that. And it will be, because we're committed to that. But we're also committed to not forgetting all of those people and elements that I mentioned. I want to help the airlines. And hopefully that will be in any deal that we come to. I want to help the restaurants. These are people who are, through no fault of their own, devastated. So I tell my friend, he is right, but only partially so. He is right that we ought to be helping the small business. But I don't think there's a small businessman in America that would say, let the nutrition issue go. As we see lines of cars and lines of people getting food boxes so they can put food on their table for their kids and themselves. People who had never, ever expected in their lives to be in a food line. I think the small business would say, take care of them. I think the small businessman would say, you know, I haven't been able to pay taxes, and I know the state's still operating hospitals, it's still operating, fixing the roads, it's still hiring police and fire, it's hiring nurses in public hospitals. They need help too. And we're all in this together. So that's my response to the gentleman, Mr. Speaker. We want to have a comprehensive bill that will deal with a comprehensive threat to our economy and to the health of our people and to the welfare of our people. We think that's the responsible thing to do. So I'm hopeful that we can get an agreement in the near term. And when I say the near term, by next week. And I've been talking to Senator McConnell towards that end. The Speaker is talking to Senator McConnell towards that end. Senators are working on an effort to get that done. I'm hopeful they're successful. Speaker and Mr. Schumer said it was a place that they could negotiate from, which means we're closer than we have been, and I hope it gets done. I yield my time.
Let me remind the gentleman that in the CARES Act, we addressed many of those issues that the gentleman already brought up, starting with the states. In fact, I don't know of a single state in this country who has spent all the money we sent them. Educational opportunities for schools to reopen safely and educate kids are being denied in some places but not in others. But it's not from a lack of money. There's not a single school system I've heard from who says, my state where we sent them the money, and by the way, they've still got millions and in some cases billions of those dollars sitting in their account, idle, that can be used today to safely reopen schools. If the state chooses not to do it, or if the school system chooses not to do it, that's on them. But they're denying those kids opportunities. And we're seeing report after report, scientific studies, the American Academy of Pediatrics, talking about the damage that's being done to our young children by being denied the opportunity to go back to school in classroom and learn. It's devastating to those kids. Suicides are up. Opioid abuse is up because of all of these things. And it's the small businesses who are paying the biggest price. And so if you look, people that are getting unemployment insurance at the state level, we did enhanced uninsurance for a period of time. And in most cases, we were paying people more money not to work than they were making before they lost their job. What they ask me is not that they want to stay on unemployment. They want to go back to work. They want their business to be alive when they go back to work. But if a small business closes for good, the cost to us is going to be dramatically higher. If we can right now throw that lifeline again to those businesses, not with a new program, not with things that we don't agree on, like $900 billion to bail out failed states, which is the HEROES Act. We already spent hundreds of billions of dollars that we gave to states. And like I said, I think every single state still has some of that money left. Some have billions of dollars of that money left. So the idea that we're going to hold up relief to small businesses who are closing every day, hundreds of thousands, a third of every small business in the state of New York are gone for good. How many more need to die before this problem is recognized by this Congress? So those states are sitting on money, and the gentleman wants to hold up their relief for the small businesses to give another $900 billion to bail out states, not for the COVID damage, but for the problems they had before. That was what the HEROES Act disagreement was about. We agreed on giving states money. They still have some of that money, and it can be used to reopen schools safely still today. What is not there right now is relief for those small businesses. And so when you look at all of these different things, the vaccine, they're not waiting on approving a vaccine based on more money coming in. We put money in the CARES Act, and President Trump spent it effectively on Operation Warp Speed to get us to a point now where we have two, not one, but two major Pfizer, Moderna, ready to go. FDA is about to approve 2 different vaccines, and it's being mass produced today. We're not waiting on money to mass produce it. The Defense Department is actually involved in helping distribute it. Airlines have already been contracted to get it out. Some need to be air conditioned more than others. All that's put in place. If we need more money, we'll come together and get more money, but a vaccine is not waiting on us to send them more money. We need to get it out. We need the FDA to follow their process, which they're doing. They're the gold standard in the world for approving vaccines, and it's unheard of in the history of mankind for a virus that we didn't even know of until a year and 2 days ago in the world to now be on the brink of not 1 but 2 FDA-approved vaccines. That's happening because of what we did coming together with the CARES Act and then President Trump's Operation Warp Speed. So these aren't items that are waiting on our relief. What is waiting is relief for small businesses. Now, the HEROES Act, again, it was a partisan exercise, not because it was mostly like the CARES Act. It was very different from the CARES Act. In the HEROES Act, there are billions of dollars in that bill to give checks to people here illegally. That wasn't part of any agreement, wasn't in the CARES Act. That's new policy that's not going to be signed into law. And if you want to negotiate and hold small businesses hostage on that, we may never get relief for small businesses. But that was one of the items in the HEROES Act where we had no agreement. But the areas where we had agreement, can we at least agree to pass the things we have agreement on? And what did we have more agreement on than anything is the PPP, proven to be so successful that literally every day we hear from small businesses who say they wouldn't be alive today if not for the PPP. But we also hear from small businesses every day who are about to close, as some states are talking about shutting their whole state down again. Their whole state down again. We know that's going to lead to businesses that will never come back. And we have a bill ready to go that would get massive bipartisan support without a new dime of money sitting and frozen in an account that would help those small businesses. The criteria is you had to have at least 25% loss. So your small businesses that are doing well today, and again, we know there are some that are doing better today than they were a year ago, but we also know some that are about to close for good. And we can help them, not with new policy that we're not in agreement on. That's where the negotiations are continuing to go back and forth on. But if there's something we all agree on, do we really need to hold that hostage when that means that many of those businesses will never come back? This isn't something, we could have done this in September. It was brought up in September. It's not a new item. How many thousands of businesses died from the day that that bill was introduced to today and will die again between now and Monday? It can be put on the schedule Monday. It's not going to stop the negotiations on the other things. There are other things that we're both in agreement on that aren't part of that bill. Bring that as a standalone. Let's bring each of those items that we're not in agreement on. But the idea that we hold everything hostage to things that aren't going to happen, hundreds of billions to failed states, giving checks to people that aren't here illegally, is that really a priority? Is that really the things we're getting called on every day? The folks that are on unemployment want to be able to go back to their job. And if the company is dead and gone, there will be nothing to go back to. And so we're working on so many items that we're in agreement on. We've given money to our health experts to continue to focus on the virus, to continue to get the vaccine. And we may have another 2, could be 4 vaccines by the end of this year. And that's something we all ought to applaud. It's because of what we did when we came together. But here's an area where we already came together and it was so successful that that money now is frozen. And those businesses that did well are still doing well. The ones that aren't will or will not be alive in a month from now based on whether or not we confront this. It's not new policy. It's something we already agreed on and something we already celebrated as a success. Let's do that one more time while we negotiate on the things we're in disagreement with. I would just suggest that and yield to the gentleman.
Well, I thank the gentleman for suggesting that. I didn't hear him talking about the children who are having trouble getting food on their tables every morning and every evening. I didn't hear him talking about the unemployed, 12 million American workers who are going to run out of unemployment as of the end of this month. I didn't hear about him. I did hear him talk about, Mr. Speaker, the failed states. And let me tell you, Maryland's not a failed state. And our governor is a Republican. His name is Hogan. His father served in this body. He, along with Mr. Cuomo, the governor of New York, said the states, meaning all the states, need a substantial assistance or they're going to have to make substantial cuts. And in my state, we have made cuts. And we're a wealthy state. We've made cuts which have undermined the state's ability to respond as robustly as they need to do to COVID-19. Now, the president wants to talk about failed states. What he really means is blue states, Mr. Speaker. That's what he means. Large states like New York, large states like California. But, by the way, Florida and Texas are in the same position. Now, Texas has a greater surplus. But failed states is a fake news item, Mr. Speaker.
Let's do it. Let's do it for a short, guys. Got the bell closing in 3 minutes. And what do you guys got like for going back down? I seen MRH said he's going home. Gonna look at the charts. Who was talking to get in? Don. Don, are you here? I'm up on Chris's board too, so if you type in there, I'll see it. Little disappointed in the cannabis after they voted. Like, as I noticed, when I noticed they were taking over the actual votes, it was starting to spike. And then after they announced it, that they actually took over the majority, it went down pretty good. Retraced and then slightly dipping again. So I don't know, man. I can't play this out. I mean, if I look at the big picture, it all looks like it's going. I mean, I'm still up on all of them. I'm waiting for that next leg, and I thought was going to get that next leg today with that vote, but bricks. And bell's coming. 25 seconds. Oh, I'm tired, man. I had that energy drink way too early today. Way too early. Right after a couple cups of coffee. I think I'm getting some Chinese food today. I've been eating leftovers and I think literally like 20 pounds of mashed potatoes. I made like 12 spicy mashed potatoes, 12 pounds of spicy mash. There it is. And like 7 pounds of regular mashed potatoes for the kids. And there's still like 10 pounds left or something. So I've been having mashed potatoes and ham like it's going out of style. But we still got the aftermarket. The aftermarket's weird. You never know what's going to happen. So my thing's glitching, so I don't know. I think it just came back. I think I had my whole thing just glitch out. Yeah, that was a good one, Matt. I mean, I've had a little bit of stock in this one. What's up, Life? You still working or you done? ISWH. I had this a long time ago and it did a reverse split and I never bought back into it on the dip. I remember I sold, and most of the times when they do those reverse splits, you sell because it spikes and then it tanks for a while. And normally buy back up, and I just have a lousy 100 shares sitting there. And I remember when it was at a penny, it was time to suck it up, and like two cents is when I had my mark and went to 1.5, and now it's finally getting some momentum and looking to get, because they mentioned some news on some mining field for crypto. So whether it's true or not, man, you run with it, make your profits on it. And the Dow went up 248, so 30,217. Still pumping. Well, here's that next leg. It looks like we're coming down again, huh? XLM and XRP. Make another dip. Where are you at, Live? You in California? I think you mentioned before. That's my buddy. He's not too happy. Vegas, that's right. He's not too happy with that cannabis tanking a little bit. Wrecked his portfolio. I haven't watched Blockchain Backers post yet today. I was curious to look at his charts. I like watching his analysis there on his. There's some other guy, man. I can't find him anymore. I don't even know if he's on YouTube anymore, but he was pretty good. I see stupid Pelosi speaking on TV. Who, Blockchain Backers live right now? See what he's saying.
Have, in my opinion, of what's going to be happening here, unless something really wild happens where just some Lambo candle comes out of nowhere. My expectations are us just to kind of stay flat in this area, bouncing around in here throughout the weekend. So I thought it would be a great opportunity for me to take a couple days off and going at it for 16 days straight, waking up super early to do all this stuff. And a lot of people have subscribed to this channel. It's been absolutely incredible, the growth that this channel has experienced over the last few weeks. And I think a lot of people may have gotten conditioned to everyday content. And usually this is a Monday through Friday channel. But it's been so incredibly busy with the prices and with the action and with the charts that it's been a everyday thing. And we finally have some cooling off. And this is a point where I feel comfortable that nothing crazy will happen throughout the weekend. If it does, of course, I'll be back. But my expectations are that we'll just kind of stay in here for a couple of days.
This one, I didn't.
But, taken 2810 super chat. Do you think we'll get lucky and drop below 40 cents? 40?
That one's at.
I don't know about 40. I mean, you know, your big support system is going to come in right in here. This is where all your support's going to be, right in there. If you get a flash wick in there and you're able to grab it, you're probably pretty lucky. My expectations are it won't get down in there. Anything can happen in this market, but my expectations are below 40. If I had to guess, no. But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it taken. Hiya Falcor with super chat. I've been looking at charts. DM'd you. Okay, I have to check. I get a lot of DMs. It's hard to check them all. I'm grateful for that problem. But I keep getting the next move at all-time high with correction to 50% retracement. Could you go back over your rationale for the next move to $2? We're looking at charts, but I keep getting the next move at all-time high with a correction to 50% retracement. Could you back over your rationale on the next move to $2? Yeah, I'll probably cover that throughout the stream. I'll have to check on it in just a second.
Or the bottom.
I'm having a confusing time. I'm looking at the charts, but I keep getting the next move at all-time high with correction to 50% retracement. I'm not sure what you're saying by that, or that your expectation is that we go to a 50% retracement. Here, we're on the right chart. Let's take a look at it. So are you saying, I'm not sure if you're saying, let's see here, that your expectation is for us to go to 50% retracement, or if your expectation is to go to all-time high and then pull back to 50% retracement.
Oh, okay. So there is another candle in there. That's what
So I've done quite a few videos on why expecting it to go to $2, and I'm sure I'll get to that in just a second. But we've got, let's pretend that we were living in 2017, which we have been, by the way. This whole thing, every single thing for the last year and a half has been identical to what occurred back in 2017 before XRP took off. And if we measure moves out for how far this move would take us, it's going to get us right up there into close to $2. Will it overshoot it? We keep experiencing overshots. So I keep calling it $2, but I've gone into detail on several videos showing $1.87 to a little over $2. So it's really a region. And both these last moves, these both went beyond my expectations of how high they would go. So, for example, my expectation here was 65 cents is what we were looking for the next move up. You can see we got above 65 clearly. And then on this move, when we were down here, my expectation was for us to get to 28, and we overshot it. So I could be off by a little bit, could shoot up a little bit higher, but I think a minimum $1.87 for the next move, and that would be in line with what we've seen in 2017. Man, I'm falling behind. Let me get back here. Hold up. But thank you, Hiya Falcor. JP Scout with the super chat. BCB, love the online course. When the time comes to sell 65% into Bitcoin or USD, do you hope for the top and sell all at 65 at once, or will you break it down into smaller chunks between 10 and 15? Smaller chunks. It's how I always do things. I never do anything all at once. I'm always little pieces at a time. So I'll have a specific amount that I'm going to do, whether that's when I'm buying or if I'm going to be selling. It's going to be chunks. So anybody who's been with this channel for a while, when we watched the accumulation that took place in here is done in 4 buys. The accumulation that was done right in here was done with 4 buys. And because I'm always willing to accept that I can be wrong by a little bit or by some. So I don't ever take the full gamble. I can get the idea of the zone where it's going to be at, and then that's usually I'll start taking stabs. So chunks. But thank you, JP. Bilal Ahmed, wow. Thank you. Round of pizzas on me for your rest weekend. Also, do you see what I just did there? Happy Friday, brother. I'm missing it. I'm missing some type of joke. Round of pizzas on me for your rest weekend. Also, did you see what I did just there? 45.72. What am I missing? Thanks, man. I don't get it, but thanks, man. I appreciate it. Fernando Diaz, super chat. Thank you so much. I've been a hodler since February and I want to start trading for fun with a small bag. What sources, books, or websites do you recommend to start learning TA? I don't have any resources for you. The things that I did was just following other people who don't really, finding people who consistently were getting things correct. And a lot of times you'll find they're still getting things wrong. But taking pieces of it and figuring out which tools have reactions. So like in my course, I talk about it all the time I talk about it in there that every chart's going to behave differently. So, you can't just apply the exact same thing to every single chart in the world. If Fibonacci retracements, if you live and breathe in a particular chart, you will find that they have a tendency to react to specific levels. XRP notoriously reacts to 50%. It is incredible how often it reacts to 50%. So as for choosing, I don't know. I have to think about that. I don't know. I have to think about what resources to send you. And truthfully, the School of Hard Knocks will teach you. The School of Learning Mistakes. And the reason why I always am talking about it.
Are you here, Don? Expert. Biden's 100 days of mask plan could save 66,000 lives. So could shutting the fuck up and letting people live. But he don't want to mandate nothing. Such an ass. Anybody got their what's up, Don? Hey Don, did you ever make a play in anything? And I'm trying to remember who was on here earlier. Was that Matt or Crypto Humper? Well, I'm going to be a little pissed after waiting for this 53-54 spot. Pressing that damn confirm, going back and forth on uphold. That's why I hate ones you got to do instantaneously and going back and forth. I'd rather just set some buy. What'd you set up, Don? I'll look at what I see now that the market's down. It's either Crypto Humper or Matt. If he got that hemp buy and if he sold when it spiked. I don't know if he got it 55. What's on the left screen? That's XLM. I don't know why I have it so. Big. That's 16.6. Oh, you guys can't see it, I guess, when I blow it up. My bad. I guess when I blow it up on my screen, I thought you could still see those. I didn't even realize that when I blow them up. When I blow them up, I always do this. And, come on, get off there. What is it? Oh, crap. Well, here comes that next one probably, huh? Looks like it's happening. Me, I'll buy more if it breaks what everybody's asking for. I'm just trying to buy back right now. I'm not gonna make a lot, but I'm gonna make some. When I made my first pull, I was gonna split my profits and move it last week over to a couple of the cannabis plays. I didn't because I think when I was reading on, yeah, there's 55. See, that's fucking fat fingered pressing shit too quick. I'll just wait for a lesser one then to try to make up the difference, but whatever. I was gonna move it over, but Uphold, I guess their time for moving your cash is I guess lengthier than normal places, which sucks. That's why I wish these exchanges would be able to trade, on like E-Trade and TD Ameritrade and everything, because I can move that shit. That's the whole thing. Is I need speed right now. I need speed. I need to be able to move shit, sell it, use that cash in a different platform or something instantly. Don, my bags are never packed all the way. I don't know who asked yesterday. It might have been Matt or Crypto Humper or somebody and said, "Is it when is it enough?" And I went on a spiel of I gave a whole lengthy discussion on why it's not, why it isn't, and kind of why hold yourself back. I don't know who that was. I think I set up KuCoin. I haven't used it. Are they pretty good? But I mean, that's just for crypto, right? And Don, you don't have to play that ADTM, man. Those are, I'll let people know, those are high risk. Yeah, no fees. That ADTM is that's super penny stock, man. Those are super high risk. Those ones, the thing with them is you can get caught sitting on like that Trip 01, whatever you invest for a long time. Catch it at the right time, you can double it real quick. I mean, that's why I'm looking at it right now, because it's so volatile in a play like that. Usually something like that, if I dropped like a few hundred, or I dropped a 500, like I said, I usually went after 5 million, 5 or 10 million. I'd play 500 or 1,000. So if I played the 500, you pop that sell order in for half of them, 2.5 at 2, it gives you your money back, and try to ride it. And I usually just do another million every other decimal moving up. And if it breaks out, most of the time, if I got that at say I put 500 in, I got 5 million. I place that 2.5 million at 2. If I got that, I would get half of that back at 1 again. So just kind of like flop it back and forth. So it would cost me 250. So I would pocket my 250, grab another 5 million off of that, and try to flip that one more time on the 2s, because normally those 1s will bounce. If you have it triggered on the 2, it will sell. Normally, if you're ready right away to buy that 1, you'll get it again, and then make sure you sell that right away again, because normally those things bounce a couple times on the 1s and 2s like that, especially right before it takes off. If those both trigger, that's when you know to hold that third batch, because most of the time that's at least going to 3. So, but if they don't take all day, you're better off right at the end selling it all off at 2, and then taking that little amount and just buying the 1s again just in case, because you've already gotten your money back in profits, and just now you're just sitting there for a free ride. I mean, I'm more than halfway back with my bags from XRP that sold at 62, but would have been back already if I didn't pull the trigger so early on this next dip. And so he's got that coming in here to here. 45, I think he mentioned 45 to 52, I thought he said. Oh, it's chasing down now, guys. They both are. Everybody expecting this to dip around here and bounce back up. Are we going to create that wedge? Totally can. That's what I'm thinking. Still waiting for I want to point to it like you guys can see me. Still waiting for the big one like that if we're going to get it here. That you, Ozzy? Oh yeah, beast boy right there. To infinity and beyond, right? Yes, sir. But it's getting there. I think this might be our. I mean, I'm on the 4 hour on this one now. Yeah, I'm not far off from getting my full playback now on this next move, depending on what I put back in. What do you guys think, man? We're getting it here in the next couple hours, huh? Whether it's this one or the next one. Yeah, Rob on that. We get to that 53 now, huh? Looks like it. Here it comes, guys. That long wait. Here it is. I know it's dry. And sometimes this thing, so like right here, so what's this, 51? 51, 51.1, 51.7. You'll see that wedge just above it, or wick like right here. And that's what blockchain was talking about. Like if you can catch it, and you might see a wick way down here and then come back up. What's that hourly look like now? Civic finally pulling back, man. That thing made a nice run, huh? Man, I'm dry as shit. Where's this bad boy going? Is this the pumping? Right in that freaking 33 minutes again, huh? It's like the last one. It seems to make like a slight push back down. Sounds like the delivery guy's here. Jupiter and Saturn will form the first double planet in 800 years. Oh, slamming doors everywhere. What do you guys think, man? It's a pretty good picture through the telescope on that moon. I wish I could get a little bit clearer. Wasn't in focus the best, but I was rushing it. That was yesterday morning. Yesterday morning, I took through my cell phone and through the telescope. The day before was perfect, man. I wanted the one before, and I was running late outside with the dog walking. When I come back on our block, I couldn't get it between the houses. I would have to take the telescope all the way around the corner and everything down the road, but probably should have, man, because it was a good one. But today, got up extra early to wait for it, and the clouds were here. That's the shitty thing, man. The damn clouds always ruining some fun. So I would have had a good one 2 days ago, man. It would have been more full too, but I think I still like that one. But it was clear the day before. I wish I had a really good telescope, man. I like stargazing. I like looking at shit. Well, I wonder if we're gonna get another candle then. Another red one. Any hockey fans out there? You guys? I heard they're supposed to start up beginning of the year. It's a little odd not having hockey right around right now. Any of you guys taking any heat on what about with the vaccination yet? The place you work at or anything? Taking any heat on what about with the vaccination? I don't know if it froze up or not or what. It's fine. Let's see if there's a few other things moving with it. I think we're coming to that 53 and in between there finally. Whether it's the rest of this out, this 4-hour candle, or in the next couple hours. And XEM's still going, huh? Damn. One of my faves too. Big time sleeper right there. Big time sleeper. Marked in my top 5. I think Monero's gonna make a move soon too, I would think. Let's look at their charts. Yeah, I think they're going to make a move soon. XCM just making their own category, man. Frick. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm so bugged. That one I'm bugged about. All the other ones, I got good bags. XCM, I don't. I have a bag. I don't have good bags. That's awful, dude. That's awful. See how they don't have to put boots on the ground to make you take it. It's gonna force it on everybody somehow, one way or another. Independent how many people oh good bags, 5 digits. 5 digits, tens of thousands. I think tens of thousands is good bags. Something that was that cheap, probably 6 digits. If you played it right. Because it was down to like 3, man. Like, I just remember telling some people that go after the crypto, I just like it. I'd like to, let's see if it will let me go back. Yeah, here it was. It's just this summer too. It was great. 3, almost 3. 3.5. Oh, it did get down below. Look at that. Oh shit, look at that wiki. The WikiLeaks. $277. For a top 5 on my list, I should be way more. It's just one of those ones you get caught up doing other things. You focus on a couple, but again, it's on my list. It's on my top 5. It sits in front of my face every day. I mean, one small pull, 500 on 5 cents, 10,000. So, I mean, yeah, should be in the tens of thousands easily, easily. For how long it stayed down there? Look where the thing's all-time highs are, man. I think it's one of the best ones on my spreadsheet too for like return to where it went in March. Oh, because you bought back early, Steven? That's right, where you were one that had big bags. Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough to wait it out, but especially when you're looking at it every day, man. Especially when you're looking at it every day. Oh my god, I need to stop going so small. Come on, what is this Momo doing? What do I get? Oh, here we go. There it is. It's all jacked up. I should just do this. I'll get there quicker. Look at this thing, man. Look at this thing, man. Come on. I mean, it's still sweet. It's still sweet. $2.11. $2.11 and just say 179. Let's just use 3. 70 times. 70 times, man. You still, Steve? Do you still have more to pull back here, like to grab when if this breaks between if it gets between there? Hurts. Gosh, it hurts. For so long, it just sat down here. Just sat down here so long. Yeah, that is, Don. Yeah. It's just killing me that, like, I have it on my top 5 list and it just sits in front of me on every app and everything I have. It's right there. Just not as full as the other ones. So it's a little aggravating because even when this started, I still didn't even start looking at it. I just noticed my one bag was adding up, and I'm like, man, I need to get some more of those bad boys. 211 was its all-time high. So I have an Excel spreadsheet somewhere, and I think it would show just the greatest return from all-time high. You don't have that to your list, dude. It's my favorite. Not like a sleeper because it was up there, but definitely one that was. What the heck was this? Thought there was a. I'm sure we're gonna get a pullback on it. Wait a second. What the heck? I gotta chase this away. Oh. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. There we go. kind of nice, man. Where is... I just wanted to see that other low. Because my alert hit actually on coin stats. Like I said, I like that app. Two 228. Son of a gun. 2298. So 223. 91 times. That's all I was going to. I like crunching numbers. 91 times from that dip there to what its all-time high is. Pretty good just to its all-time high. I'll find out how to drag these quicker or something. Oh, damn. I think bowling right now. Just bowling. I don't think I have anybody even really. And all these guys are 7, 8, 9%. XEM just making its own path, man. What is this? Can't I put this on the crypto? Look on the wrong spot. Hey, you're good, buddy. That's Ozzy, man. That's my dog. Hey. Hey. That's his dog's barking, bud. Leave him be. Yeah. You're fine, bud. Yeah, I never got the sell on Zill at the right time, so I need a good pullback to get that one back right. I don't even know if I will, to be honest with you. It's just a bad play. I knew it once I made it. Yeah. I don't even get my shit back right now. That thing needs to drop a lot more. My buddy's worried, man. Big dips in crypto too. He's like, the weeds down, man. Weeds down, man. So's crypto. Totally missed that play. I just forgot to sell it with the rest of them. Sat there for a sale and missed it. Yeah, man. Monetarily digitized. That's what I'm talking about. That's like when I was talking about getting that thing of bourbon or making that special little trip or anything. Just hold off. Bitcoin still dropped. No, I thought it was 5. Back here. XLM and XRP again. Why is this thing blocking anybody's fucking QKC? What's that one? What are you trying to play that Steven? What are you guys trying to pull on that? Well, new candle's getting ready and it's starting to pump. Yeah, I still think we might see down in there. So I haven't searched as much for those shit coins like I did last bull run, because those totally put me in a place where I'm at now, and I probably should play them again. How's this thing still doing that for? Steven, I don't know why it keeps telling me to accept your comments. Are you saying something bad? I don't even care, because it's not even, unless that's YouTube blocking it. Oh, because you put shit on it. But my thing doesn't block that crap. Here we go. We're into that next channel, or the next hourly candle. That wicked up pretty good. I'll be heading out here in a few minutes. And go walk my dog in the dark. And depending on what happens, I might come back on, but might enjoy some Chinese food and some bourbon. be weird because it couldn't even start creating its own wedge on the hourly and still wick down in between the next up and down. But on the 4 hour, it's showing it's creating its own wedge pattern and gonna make it happen here now. So I would expect if it's gonna follow that 4 pattern, it's gonna do it on this candle. What's up, Luda? What? You're not jumping up here. 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 Oh, oh, you're not jumping up here. You're not jumping up here. Big guy. Why you get excited? We're gonna get all our shit back, and then we're gonna watch it go to like duty free. Right at the point where you're not gonna make a decision to buy back, you want to trade it, and it's gonna bust your fucking balls, and it's not gonna drop enough where you drop the buys because you want to trade it. So maybe 37. That'd be funny. Not really, but funny, yeah. Thing is we still got our bags. We're gonna have fun when this shit takes off. Regardless. No more of these close fucking trades. Not with this one. I'll do it with the other ones, not with this fucker. I've fucked enough with XRP. I don't want to do it no more. I've been in it too long. Oh, damn. I'm getting pumped up in his second win now. Get some second wind. For having double coffee and an energy drink right after, I feel I'm doing pretty good. For not having much sleep last night, I'm doing pretty damn good. Cannabis, I'm surprised I didn't bring out the Grinch hat for fucking that after it took a shit. Right after they announced it. I would assume, like, maybe they're going to do it now. They don't want to do it right before tomorrow. They'll do it for the weekend. Put out with the news, publicize it, make people get aware of it, and they'll fucking maybe come back Monday morning, and the opens will be so fucking high, people will be chasing all that high shit. That's what I'm hoping. Alright, it just turned over. Let's see what happens. It's almost I want to make a play with XEM right now because that damn thing is pumped so damn high right now. Frick. It's hard, man, to play with all of it or a big load. Because if, like, there's certain altcoins that will take off before others when we're in the bull market, like it seems like we're on. So any given second, any given minute, it can just turn the other way. Oh yeah, here we go. Finally broke that stride. So this should be. I'm assuming this is gonna be. If it is, I'm assuming this one's gonna be that big red candle. Start the wedge here. And if it does create the wedge, make that play with the little extra I made. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what MRH just said on the other board. Only sell again if it gets beyond 60 and looks like a complete wave on charts 1 hour lower. And did this thing not do anything? The aftermarket didn't even show up on some of this stuff. Oh, there it is. I was gonna say, dang, man. Still getting beat up on some. I'll get it. Find out this weekend. I hate waiting. It's one thing I hate about the market, the stock market, is it closes. That's why I love Forex and crypto, because it never does. Back. Get off of that. There you go. Oh boy. Oh, hold on, flip again. Wouldn't be having to stress so much if you just press that button at 75, right? If you just press that cell at 75, a different ball game. I just want to know if anybody caught it at 85 or 90 on Coinbase. Fuckers. Nice catch. Oh, I stretched my legs out anyway. There we go. Starting to get up there. Let's go. That's starting to flip again. Back the other way. All right, well, I'm going to head out. I'm going to go walk my dog, stretch my legs. Let's see how it is if I come back on later. We'll see what happens. We'll talk to you guys. You guys will be up on Chris's and stuff, I'm sure. See you later, monetarily. Hopefully everybody gets their stuff now, man, or gets it here in the next few cents. Gets those polls, at least get back what you started with or a little bit more, and maybe we'll make a better play on the next real bull run or something. That's what I'm looking forward to. All right, we'll see you guys.